Tak dobré odpoledne, dámy a pánové. Já bych vás poprosila, jestli si můžete sednout, abychom začali. No, tak ještě počkáme, protože vidím, že vedle se vaří intenzivně káva. Tak asi začneme. Tak dobrý den, já vás tedy oficiálně vítám na konferenci Active Aging jako výzva pro kulturu v České republice. Je to už druhé pokračování této konference, bude dvoudenní, jak určitě víte, a pořádají
and it is organized by the National Information and Consultancy Center for Culture, and it is organized also under the auspices of the Ministry of Culture. It is already the second conference. The first one was organized in 2016, and you have the collection of presentations in your bags, and we will also print out the presentations from this year's conference and will be provided to you later on. I would also like to add that in addition to the collection of presentations, you will also get a certificate of attendance at this conference. Presentations at this conference will come from both the Czech Republic and abroad. They all will be simultaneously interpreted, so if you need headsets, you can get them in the NT room. And I would also like to ask all the speakers to use the mic all the time, because otherwise the presentations will not have to be interpreted. In introduction, I would also like to ask you to return the headsets after the presentation so that you can find them tomorrow as well. Sometimes it's a problem if you take them with you home. Seniors account for about 20% of population in the Czech Republic, and this number is growing. So this is one of the reasons why we organize these inspirational conferences, because this demographic change influences all areas of life, including culture. We, at this conference, you will learn how to respond to these changes. We will hear presentations from the public administration and also non-governmental sector. This conference may be an inspiration for you what to do in this area and how to grow old actively and prevent some adverse phenomena related to aging. We have a busy agenda, and I would like to ask all the presenters to keep the time schedule. So my understanding is that this is my main task, that we need to close the conference on time, because in the evening there is a dancing session. I would also like to say that there is an exhibition in the corner of our conference hall about the activities of the city of Prachatice. Mrs. Rampenhautová will have a presentation. She comes from Prachatice, and she will talk in great detail about their activities. You can also see those two flip charts. This is another thing I'd like to emphasize. It is a book of wishes and complaints, so we will be happy if during these 2 days, and possibly already today, the first part, you write on this flip chart your wish, positive experience, ideas, suggestions. That's the first one. The second one is intended for your complaints and adverse experience. Already today we will assess all these ideas and complaints, and we will present it tomorrow, and it will be also included in the collection of presentations from the conference. So this is all in the introduction, and I would like to ask Mrs. Lázňovská, who is the head of the National Information and Consulting Center for Culture. Mrs. Lázňovská, I would like to ask you for introductory opening remarks. The floor is yours. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for accepting our invitation to the second conference we organize. I'd like to attract your attention to the documents you have received. Is number one, the International Manifesto that calls on 4 ministries that are most relevant for the senior population: health, social affairs, education, and culture. It calls on them for cooperation and joint procedure. To our great regret, I have to say that we have really tried to give it to our politicians, but unfortunately we have not found any positive response. So let's hope that the second conference will be more successful in this respect. So this is all in the introduction. I believe that the conference will be successful because since 2016 we've progressed a bit on our journey. For example, the certification of guidance material and also sharing, which is the project you will hear in more detail later on, because it has recently been completed just before the COVID-19 pandemic, and it is the joint project of our center and the faculty. So enjoy the conference, enjoy Prague. We have a very nice weather, so I hope it will be a success. Thank you very much, Mrs. Lázňovská. And today the first session, Support for Active Aging. The first presentation will be provided by Mr. Šerák, who is a university teacher, researcher, and lecturer. Mr. Šerák works for the Department of Andragogy and Personal Management at the Faculty of Arts, Charles University, and his contribution is called the Aging Society as the Challenge for Culture. The floor is yours. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am really happy that I can be here for the second time already. I'd like to tell you what you can expect from me. I'm actually supposed to give a theoretical opening presentation and to summarize the current situation of the aging policy in the Czech Republic and to prepare actually the groundwork for other presentations that are really important, and we are all looking forward to those from practice. We start with what we already know. Our population is aging. It is a long-term process. We all know about it, and it started already in the 1990s. We heard at the beginning that senior population accounts for about 20% of the overall population. It is no tragedy. It is not a huge number, as we all very often hear from the media, and our situation is average within the EU countries. But the problem is the future. The process of aging is caused by 3 factors that influence each other. On the long term, we don't have enough newborn children, and another factor is that now the representatives of strong generations now in the older generations, which are baby boomers at the moment. And the third factor is that there is a longer and longer life expectancy. So this factor is not actually really valid because 2 years of the COVID-19 pandemic influenced that, and the life expectancy dropped down by about 1.5 years. So we are now in the same situation as 7 years ago, but this is a statistical information that may change. So the problem we are having, something we can expect in the middle of the century, when the strongest generation get into the senior age, the strongest, the so-called Hussaks children, people born in the 1970s, that account for a substantial part of the current population, and their transferring to the senior age will be quite difficult because we do not have any other strong generations coming after them. So the gradual aging started to be subject of professional discussions both at the academic and political level already in the 1970s. Even at that time, the experts said that there might be such a problem in the future. So the first strategies, documents, and proposals started to be drafted, saying how to deal with this situation. Even if we look in some archives, we find some documents from the 1970s and 80s, the documents drafted by the Ministry of Health of the Czechoslovak Socialist Republic, speaking about what we can expect in the future. And they started to discuss the topics of the preparation for the old age, the preparations of not only an individual, but also the whole society. In reality, the preparation for the aging has become the subject of political discussions only during the 1990s or at the beginning of the new millennium. At that time, a lot of political policy documents appeared at the level of international organizations and also at national levels, whose aim is to analyze the current situation of demographic aging and to predict the future development, and also to find the tools how to minimize the potential adverse impacts of this trend. Most of these documents are based on the premises that we call the concept of active or positive aging or successful, healthy aging. These are concepts that were drafted by the WHO, UN, and other international organizations. The aim of these concepts is to prepare the society for gradual aging, to maintain the quality of life of aging society, and to integrate to the maximum extent the older adults and seniors into the process and into society. The most discussed concept is the concept of active aging, aiming to set the system and the life in society and its structure in such a manner that we would be able to use the potential of the aging society to the utmost and to integrate the seniors into the whole range of social activities. And speaking about activity, I don't mean only productivity and being still active on the labor market, but activities in the general sense of the word, including educational, social, and also cultural activities. Unfortunately, these are the areas that are in the role of a Cinderella in these policy documents. We, at the international level and also at national level, we have a huge amount of documents, strategies, concepts that come with specific goals and tools, saying what society should do in order to minimize the adverse impacts of aging of society on both individuals and society as a whole. Unfortunately, the majority of the documents we have, and there's quite a lot of them, you can see only some of them on the slide, most of the documents are more or less utopias or idealistic documents saying what would be great to implement, what should be implemented. But when we look at the realistic or actual impact of these strategies on society, unfortunately, we can see some differences and disproportions. Probably the most current document or topical document I know about is a green paper on aging, published last year, and it actually represents this approach, a very complex concept and very complex approach to the aging society and integration of seniors in society in various areas, including education, culture, and also civil society and politics.
Well, unfortunately, if we look at the effect or impact of these documents in reality, we can see that aging policy focuses in really only on a couple of topics. Aging, in terms of public policies, is seen as a health problem, economic problem, and social problem, not as a problem of education, culture, or as a problem of politics and policies. So we can see that in reality, the public policies focus only on several or a couple of areas that are seen as problematic. Older people are perceived in a very stereotypical manner in these documents. Senior people are often perceived as people who need help, who need care, who need support. Sustainability of the pension system is a topic. Sustainability and accessibility of care services. Of course, these topics are important, but let's look at it from the other perspective. If we look at the composition of the senior population at the moment, the majority of senior people don't need care, they don't need support. They are at the third age, and they are independent, they are active, they are much more educated, much more active compared to the previous generation. And the only thing they need is for the society to approach them without stereotypes, so that they have enough opportunities to fulfill their potential and become engaged fully in public life. The most current document in the Czech Republic concerning aging is the strategic framework for preparation for aging of society. And if we look at its contents, then when we compare it with other international documents, it lacks the ambition to view the issues of aging in a comprehensive manner. And you can clearly see how it focuses only on the problematic areas. So if you look at the contents, so the issue of culture, political engagement and participations are topics that are missing or only dealt with superficially. What's interesting for me is that when you look at the former document, which was a National Action Plan supporting positive aging for the period 2013-2017, so after its expiration, a preview report came out, and it, in my view, perfectly captures the situation regarding aging. Regardless of some measures, or many measures that have been fulfilled, there is lack of response to various issues due to the unclear definition of the problems, the challenges, and unclear division of responsibilities. I want to point out one thing, and you will be the evidence of what is being done at the moment in the field of old people's activities, because they are really lively, but their activities are not part of any systemic approach. A lot of activities that they are engaged in depend on individuals and their organization, on volunteers. Legislative support is missing. Resources that will be available over long term are missing. There is lack of predictability in terms of systemic approach to this issue that would be actually encapsulating the overall reality and not focusing only on some specific areas that are problematic. If you are interested in these issues, at the moment when the strategic framework was being created, so part of these preparations, a lot of various studies, analyses were conducted, and there is a document that I have introduced to you on many websites, even ministerial websites, and that analyzes the aging policies implemented in various countries in Europe that can be inspiring for us, like Germany, Austria, France, Finland, Sweden. And if you're interested, you can find in this report a lot of examples, case studies, how these countries support education, culture, civic activities, what instruments they use to support all these activities, what the systemic support can look like. And we can get inspiration from this because, as I said, there's no systemic approach in this country. So to conclude this introduction, I would like to point to one specific problem. We tend to homogenize the senior population. We call them the seniors, the older people, and we tend to think they're all the same. They have the same experience or similar experience, similar education, similar goals, similar expectations. But this is not the case. I dare to say that the senior population is one of the most heterogeneous populations. If you say a senior, the word senior, it can be a person who is 65, or it can also be a person who is 90. There are immense differences in terms of their health condition, their biographies, their experience. And one of the largest problems is that in reality we are not able to respect their individualities. We do not take this personalized approach to these people, and we very rarely reflect on the real needs, individual needs, and this concerns both the top political level as well as the bottom specific approaches. And we've heard that as part of this today's agenda, we will hear about the methodology developed by an organizer of this conference together with Charles University. And as part of this methodology, the research is focused on the reality of approaches to aging. And that's before COVID, of course. Now the reality would be still different. And they focus on the strengths, on the weaknesses, expectations. And the methodology also contains some summary where we ask the organizers of the activities for senior people where they see the strengths, the weaknesses, where they would see the support. And I want to point out that a lot of these weaknesses or weak points are related to the non-existing systemic support and comprehensive aging policy that would focus on the entirety of the senior population, and that would address issues such as lack of financial support, lack of space, physical space where to organize activities, lack of sustainability in these activities, because often if something is happening, it's related to one individual who drives it forward, and when the person leaves, be it for health reasons, family reasons, whatever, there's no one who would fit in for them, who would have the drive, the energy, the passion, so as to promote these activities further. And the problem, as listed in all these documents, is intergenerational transfer of knowledge, of experience that is often failing at local level. There's a lot of contact communication, but not a systematic approach to that. And we'll definitely hear about all these issues here as part of this conference. Thank you very much for your attention, and I hope that the presentations we are going to hear will confirm what I have presented to you, that there is a lack of systemic support for aging approaches, and although we have documents, the reality is different. And we all know that this area is very quickly developing, even at this moment, which is not that easy for us.
I za téměř dodržení času.
Thank you. And I'd like to invite Mrs. Haller.
Miriam Haller from Germany, vedoucí výzkumu v Centru kompetence kreativního stárnutí a inkluzivního umění v severním Porýní v Westfálsku. So please come. Tak dámy jen nachystají prezentaci.
So, thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very glad to be here and pleased to speak to you. Developing the field, cultural pedagogy and intergenerational cultural learning is the topic of my presentation. I have been asked to present the work of CUBIA, the Center for Creative Aging and Inclusive Arts in North Rhine-Westphalia, Germany. A request I'm very happy to fulfill. The structure of my talk is divided into 3 parts. First, I will talk about cultural pedagogy as a still emerging field. Then I will focus on the work of CUBIA, the Center for Creative Aging and Inclusive Arts. What are we doing and how do we develop this field? Last but not least, in line with the subject of our conference, I will have a look on current intergenerational cultural projects that are funded by CUBIA. I will very briefly, report on some of the findings of my recent exploratory study on the practices of doing and undoing generations in cultural projects. To mark out a field, a definition is needed. Almut Fricke, the director of CUBIA, and Theo Hartog proposed the following definition. The field of cultural pedagogy combines the findings from cultural education, gerontology, and geragogics, in order to create high-quality offers in culture and education, orienting on the universe of older people and respecting their learning behavior. Cultural geragogy deals with the necessary conceptual requirements and enabling conditions of educational work with older people. It focuses on cultural participation of older people based on their interests, experiences, and needs. Central to this field are also intergenerational projects that support the dialogue between the generations and question generational and age stereotypes. Since 2008, the Center for Creative Aging and Inclusive Arts has made it its task to open up the art and culture scene to older people and people with disabilities. The core concern is the promotion of equal artistic cultural activity and participation of people with different conditions. CUBIA currently works with a team of 8 researchers, project managers, and administrative staff. There are my colleagues. CUBIA is based in Cologne, but we work for and in the whole state of North Rhine-Westphalia. We are funded by the Ministry of Culture and Science of North Rhine-Westphalia, and let's say it's unique in Germany that the cultural budget provides institutional funding since 2017 and 100% funding for a specialized center for the topics of creative aging and inclusive arts. We aim to raise awareness about issues of aging and disability in cultural organizations and policy. We promote cultural participation by older and disabled people, and we qualify and professionalize the field. Target groups of our work are artists, teaching artists, social workers, volunteers, care staff, nurses, arts therapists, and arts educators. They work, for example, in arts institutions, in art schools and academies, community work, adult education, care homes, and daycare institutions. CUBIA provides information, knowledge transfer, networking and consulting, funding, professional training, and research. We publish the magazine Kulturräume Plus, Cultural Spaces Plus, on changing thematic topics, and we prepare relevant information in the field, sending newsletters and publishing on social media. We are consulting on accessibility in the cultural sector, but also on concept development and funding structures. We link cultural practitioners and cultural institutions, as well as we connect them with actors from the social and healthcare sector. With a fund for cultural education in old age, CUBIA awards 100,000 euros project funding annually. We are organizing workshops and expert conferences on topics of cultural participation of older people and people with disabilities. Together with the Münster University of Applied Sciences, CUBIA also offers the one-year certificate course, Cultural Geragogy, Cultural Work with the Elderly. And we are doing also research. CUBIA is involved in numerous research networks and scientific advisory boards. We are publishing regularly in scientific journals, and we are conducting small studies ourselves. I'm responsible for that research area, and this year, for example, I did an exploratory study on intergenerational cultural learning. This study focused on 3 projects that were funded by CUBIA last year And my research questions were, among others, how are we doing or undoing generational differences in intergenerational cultural projects? And that means, how are we doing age, acting age, or undoing age? And how are we doing generations or undoing the differences of generations? I analyzed how the practices of doing or undoing generations gave a specific structure to the projects and affected the aims of the projects. Cultural gerontology describes social practices that distinguish age groups from one another as doing age. These are practices of producing age differences that, I quote now Klaus Schröter, that are not natural or biological, but which, once constructed, are treated as real existent facts. In contrast, undoing age practices, or the concept of undoing age, refers to practices that critically question, undermine, or deconstruct age differentiations and their associated images of age, often age stereotypes. Those practices also apply to generational distinctions. Generational research describes various practices of how we distinguish generations from one another. We think it's natural, but we are doing it. Generations are often polarized into age groups, maybe into the old on the one hand and the young on the other hand, as if we have only two groups. In addition to this dualistic practice of doing generations, another, the genealogical understanding of generations, distinguishes generations according to their family roles, like grandparents and parents, children or grandchildren. This is also important for cultural projects, sometimes to establish something like a social kinship. Generations are also differentiated according to socio-historical generational affiliations. For example, the boomer generation on the one side, and on the other side, now the Fridays for Future generation. Alternatively, generations can also be characterized by their media competences, also important for many intergenerational projects. Then, for example, we distinguish, for example, the digital natives from the so-called silver surfers. The pedagogical understanding of generations, in turn, assumes a distribution of roles in the teaching-learning relationship, according to which traditionally the younger learn from the older. But today, especially in informal learning contexts like cultural projects, older generations are also increasingly learning from younger generations. Concepts of intergenerational learning differentiate into learning together, learning from each other, or learning about each other. The special quality of cultural projects is there's a mixture of all those methods. Now I'll have a look on those three projects I studied and their practices of doing generations. Grandpa and Me is an intergenerational movie project that was funded by Kubia last year, and the project concept was based on the idea that young refugees from Syria, who a few of them lost their own grandpas in war, and they adopt a group of senior citizens in order to create a movie with them about the history of the German town Minden, in which they all now live. This project, as the title already shows, was ruled by a genealogical generation distinction and showed an affirmative way of doing generations. In this project, a relationship of social kinship has been established, and this doing generations was confirmed on all sides, from the young and the older and the initiators of the project. All participants saw themselves as a kind of family during the project. The second project, 2168 Nemesis, it was called. It was an intergenerational dance theater project that dealt with the older generation's responsibility for the climate crisis and divided the generations according to the socio-historical generation difference in the generation of Fridays for Future versus the boomers generation. In the course of the project, however, this difference was questioned and critically undermined. So it showed practices of undoing differences within a theater project. In the group discussion, it became clear that younger and older participants, as well as the project initiators, were very ambivalent and critical about the polarization of the younger versus the older generation, which is made in media discourses. They said that many of the older people had already protested for the environmental protection in younger years. They see now their dance project as an appropriate way for them to keep on protesting, as they don't want to manifest on the streets now. The initiators of the project see the goal of it in a critical gesture of dissolving generational boundaries. It's an undoing generation differences project, we can say. Now the third project, it's a dance performance project. The Distant Body, it was called, by Silke Z, die Metabolistin, based in Cologne. And this project reflected both the practices of doing generations as well as those of undoing generations. And it did so by exploring the bodily experience of social distance during the lockdown in times of COVID-19. They explored the experience of social distance with the means of dance. Reflected were also ambivalent feelings of intergenerational closeness on the one hand and distance on the other side. The constructions of generational differences were investigated by dancing. Also, the audience was encouraged to reflect on what we do when we constantly label each other and distinguish us by labeling the other group. My studies shows that intergenerational cultural learning can open for intergenerational dialogue and learning together from each other and about each other, but also may enable the participants to gain insights into the practices, the social practices of generational distinctions and the critical reflection of age and generation stereotypes through the medium of arts. Therefore, it is essential that the teaching artists do not hesitate to deal with ambivalences, but rather bring them up creatively and give them an aesthetic expression. The arts can perform how social generational distances are done, or undone, or maybe done differently. Thank you so much for your attention.
Ms. Miriam Haller from Germany, thank you very much for introducing your center and projects. A vracíme se zpátky do České republiky. Já teď zvu na pódium paní Ivu.
And we are back in the Czech Republic. I would like to invite Mrs. Matějková from the Ministry of Culture. Mrs. Matějková is head of the Department of Culture Services and Support for Senior Population. And she'll speak about how the Ministry of Culture supports the elderly. Good afternoon. I'd like to thank the organizers for giving us the opportunity to speak about some programs the Ministry of Culture is providing or supporting. To begin, I have to move this forward. The Ministry of Culture last year approved state policy, cultural policy until 2025 plus, and it's a main strategic document about accessibility of culture, which is a shift compared to previous policies as it is intersectoral, interdimensional. The Ministry of Culture implements its policies through semi-budgetary organizations, and I'll speak about them and about good practice examples. We realize that the involvement of the elderly in culture and education is very important. And it's not only about providing cultural services, but also making use of the experience of the senior generation and involving them in the work of various organizations, including the Ministry of Culture. And we are quite successful in doing this, despite some problems that are, of course, around. And we are, as a Ministry of Culture, we are happy that we can motivate our organizations to provide discounts on entrance fees. Of course, we are in a difficult situation in terms of finance, but we are doing quite fine in this respect. The Ministry of Culture provides information as part of one of the sections, provides information about discounts for elderly people, and these are provided for organizations that are financed partly from our budget. We motivate all these organizations to provide these discounts. Unfortunately, we cannot have any impact on discounts for events organized by other organizations that are not part of our jurisdiction. But we know that a lot of these organizations, such as museum galleries, do provide discounts for older people on entrance fees. So now I'd like to speak about grant scheme based on a tender that has been around for a couple of years, and we believe that this grant scheme supports the work of our organizations, and these include old people's homes, there's associations, libraries, charities, and so on. This year we have allocated over 8 million crowns for projects, and these figures are increasing or have been increasing year on year, and we have collected 150 projects as part of the call, the tender. We don't know yet how the money will be distributed, but we hope to support as many as possible. Well, we don't have the time to list all the activities of our organizations that are funded partially by our budget. But what's important is that museums and libraries organize various exhibitions for senior people. They organize third-age university studies. And what has also improved is the accessibility of various buildings that are the responsibility of the National Monuments Institute. Not always is this possible. However, all information about barrier-free access and accessibility of buildings, or most buildings administered by us, is available on the website of both the ministry and the websites of the relevant organizations. And on the websites of some museums already contain this information, and it should be completed by the end of this year. Various organizations make some objects, exhibits available online for people who cannot access physically the places where they are exhibited. And as digitalization goes on, then the number of these exhibits is growing as well. And here I would like to mention some interesting activities. So the National Museum, together with the Center for Lifelong Learning, has prepared a project called University for Grandparents and Grandchildren. And I have forgotten about my presentation. Okay, now we are on. The Moravian Gallery in Brno organizes intergenerational workshops where they focus on deepening intergenerational dialogue between parents, children, and grandparents. And these workshops take place across the whole premises, all the premises of the museum and the gallery. So I suggest that you visit the workshops together with your children and grandparents. Another event is also focused on grandparents and grandchildren, and they work on various worksheets, filling them in. Another event organized by NIPOS Museum of African and Asian Cultures, and the museum has been cooperating with Senior Population Center in Prague 9, and they're organizing various lectures, presentations on various topics. And one of the projects contains 4 various themes related to our history, Middle Ages, and also more recent history, the Velvet Revolution. And the panels can be given for free or lent for free to various organizations. And so far, there's been about 50 exhibitions like that in old people's homes across the Czech Republic, and the feedback has been very positive. The Silesian Museum offers older people exhibitions throughout their premises, and also various lectures. And Petr Bezruč monument, and these events include bibliotherapy and lectures for older people to promote their communication skills and reading experience. And various activities are organized in daycare centers, and these events are offered as alternative programs for those who cannot physically visit various events. And there is a series of music performances and various cultural events and lectures that provide overall awareness of historical and cultural personalities. And for those who cannot access physically, can use online versions. And there is also an event focusing on fashion and clothing, and there's also there are also programs organized by the Nature Museum in Vysočina, and focusing on protecting nature, protecting natural heritage, to say. And we also should mention that the museums organize various events for older people on the day for the elderly, and these include creative workshops, folks culture, and one of the institutions organizing these is the Moravian and Silesian Museum. We should also mention the fact that senior people play an important role in volunteering activities and also at the labor market. Senior people are employed full-time or as part of various work agreements, and in their jobs they pass on their extensive life experience. Senior people work in museums, galleries as lecturers, presenters, curators, and also in the economics departments, and they also are employed in various organizations such as libraries. And libraries also play a very important role in relation to the elderly population. So, apart from common activities, libraries organize various special events, and they have become methodological centers offering lectures, various training events, memory training, for example, and various conferences as well. I cannot list all events for senior people that are organized to enrich the common activities of libraries, so I am glad that I could give you at least some examples of what libraries do for older people. And I'm really happy that the care for older people as part of the Ministry of Culture is not neglected. And I would like to pick up on what one of my colleagues said about the plan for active aging or preparation for aging. So this plan, which expired in 2017, contained some aspects related to culture, and unfortunately we were not invited to take part in designing the strategic framework, and we had no say on this, although previously we had been invited to designing such activities and such plans and programs. So just to explain and elaborate on what you heard already. So thank you very much. I wish you a nice afternoon, and I hope you like this conference.
Thank you, Mrs. Matějková from the Ministry of Culture, for presenting the activities of the organizations receiving contributions from the state budget. And now I'd like to ask the ladies from the Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs, Mrs. Jana Řeháková, who is the head of the Department of Social Housing, Homelessness and Senior Support, and also Mrs. Emilia Jašová, who works for the same department. Good afternoon. The presentation's name is the activities of the Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs in the field of active aging and support for the elderly. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. We are honored that we were invited to the conference, and we have divided the presentation. Emilia Jašová will be the first one to present. She is an expert at the aging policy in our department. Good afternoon. I'd like to start our presentation with the part titled Aging and Preparation for that. Could the speakers please speak more to the mic, please? So it is necessary to speak with our family members about the problems of aging. The seniors are actually a group which is very varied, with a very big age difference of up to 30 years, because the average life expectancy is growing. So our obligations is to create a suitable social atmosphere and also opportunities for older seniors to be active. I would also like to focus on the concept of active aging and the definition of active senior. The Economic Commission for Europe in 2002, in the directive on mainstreaming of aging, defined it as a strategy and multidimensional efforts about the integration of the problem of aging into all political area. The Council of the European Union in 2021, in the Green Paper for Aging. Please speak to the mic. Which means the support for the active, healthy lifestyles throughout the life and includes the healthy lifestyle. It also includes the dietary patterns, but also very good physical activity. Healthy and active aging has a positive impact on employment rate, but also on the systems of social protection and also on economic labor productivity. Now, I would like to follow on the previous speaker from the Ministry of Culture, who already mentioned the National Action Plan for Aging till 2017, and I would like to speak about the strategic framework for the aging of society for the period of 2021 and 2025. This most recent strategic document was approved by the government last year on the 13th of September 2021. We used the conclusions of the analysis of data with the research of the demographic structure, and based on these conclusions, we set the vision and also the most problematic areas for the future, and 10 principles of the preparation for the society aging were prepared, and these 10 principles will be elaborated on in the future action plan. The Ministry of Labor is now working on the action plan, and I'd like to emphasize that a working party has been established, working for the Council of the Government for the seniors. Its main task is to provide comments on the proposal of the action plan. The priorities that we need to deal with include I'm speaking about those 10 principles, so more accessible and high-quality social and health services, which will include, for example, the measures to support quality and accessible services with an emphasis on staying at home as long as possible, also more accessible and barrier-free housing for seniors. For example, measures to prepare a new subsidy entitlement for barrier-free adaptations or modifications in the apartment. Also, the safe life for seniors, fight against discrimination, violence, and so-called crooks, increase consumer protection. This we covered by the measures such as support of crime prevention services. Another areas is lifelong learning, the labor market, and active aging. There will be measures to support and develop lifelong learning, active aging, and also flexible forms of labor or work for seniors. It's also an important area. Another area I'd like to mention is a barrier-free public space. We need to implement measures such as barrier-free public transport measures. Another substantial activity of the Ministry of Labor related to the life of senior citizens is the project of the implementation of the policy of aging at the regional level. This project was implemented in the period of 2017 to 2022. The aim of the project was to develop the aging policy at regional level. Also, the transfer of information, which is a substantial task of this project, so the transfer of information from regional to central level, but also vice versa. So it means from the headquarters, from the Ministry of Labor, to coordinators at the regional level. And then from the regional coordinators to other entities or other stakeholders within the project. And this project, or these coordinators, also provided methodical or guidance in creating the aging policies. These regional strategies were not prepared in all the regions before the implementation of the project, but our coordinators established cooperations and tried to bridge these gaps to create these strategies. Then another task was to create a contact point for the local government and the regional office, and also for the elderly. We also prepared expert analysis. These expert analyses were used as the basis for the creation of concepts in individual regions. The regional coordinators also cooperated with the ministerial staff when preparing the strategic document. They also raised awareness. They organized various promotional activities, advertising campaigns, and also for the public and for experts, they provided support for leisure time activities within the regions. The outputs of the project included the strategic framework for aging called STRAPS, then also the guidance material for the creation of regional strategies. We also prepared the regional plans for the preparation for aging, or the existing action plans were updated. He also organized the international conference in 2017 on aging and public space, then 2018 on aging and sustainability. In 2019, the name of the conference was Seniors and Human Rights, and in 2022, after the pandemic, it was possible to organize a conference again, and the title of the conference was Aging is a Challenge. Then the coordinators were authors of the so-called senior envelope, which is actually a list of information about the health condition of the seniors. So there were both small and large envelopes. The large envelope was actually posted on the inner part of the flat door, or a small envelope that was put into the wallet or purse of the elderly, which was a great help for the staff of the integrated rescue system, not only in the COVID period, but also today.
The regional coordinators also designed a collection of good practice examples, featuring examples of various senior activities, and 6 round tables were organized in 1 year in 1 region, and the topics were intergenerational cooperation, dietary habits, or the diet at the old age, and the issue of criminal offenses and previous offenders integrating into life after being released from prison. Another topic was age management, discrimination and violence, and healthy aging. A competition was organized dealing with employing people 55 plus, and South Bohemian Pact of Employment was another outcome of these activities. A survey was conducted, and its results were published at conferences, in various magazines and journals. Another outcome of the project was a magazine called Encouragement. And during the COVID pandemic, the activities that proved to be very viable included drawing events, children drawing for older people. So schools organized these events where children drew pictures and sent them to old people's homes. And our coordinators were involved. I'm sorry to interrupt you because your time is up. And your colleague has not had an opportunity to speak. I only have one. Sorry. Can you please conclude briefly and give the floor to your colleague? Okay, I'm sorry. I also wanted to mention that another event that was organized, was inviting senior people to write their life stories and publishing them in various magazines. And apart from those round tables and conferences, our coordinators developed various analyses that were of fundamental importance for designing the strategic framework for aging policies. And I would like to give the floor to the head of our department. My task here is to be as brief as possible, and you will get our presentation so you can read everything. I'll just speak about two things. First is a grant scheme of the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs, and it's called Support for Public Activities of Senior Organizations and Pro-Senior Organizations. We financially support this scheme, and we also support intergenerational cooperation and solidarity. And this grant scheme involves 18 million crowns a year. During the COVID period, it was 24 million. It was an exception. So our grants support the workings of volunteering networks, sports activities of older people, educational and cultural activities, including mental health of senior people. And last thing I want to talk about is the advisory board to the government on aging. You can read everything about the board on our website. So it's an advisory body to the government consisting of representatives of various sectors, including the non-profit. And its goal is to create conditions for active, healthy, and decent aging in the Czech Republic, and perhaps giving you some know-how on how the ministry has been going forward. So intergenerational cooperation between generations and the family, and supporting active work in the older period of life. So thank you for this presentation, and now I'd like to ask Robert Barkal from NIPOS to give us his presentation that's called Methodology to Support Intergenerational Dialogue and Cultural Participation of Older People. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Do I have 15 minutes or should I speed up? Because my presentation is quite extensive.
Tak mě možná řekněte třeba 5 minut před koncem, abych...
So maybe if you can tell me 5 minutes before the time is up. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce to you a project that was done in cooperation of our organization and the philosophical faculty of Charles University. It was funded as part of the grant scheme, and we would like to thank for the funding. The outcomes of the project are specialized maps of the cultural potential and risks in the Czech Republic, and my colleague Perlin will speak about that further in detail. So my task is to introduce, to present to you the methodology that we've designed and take this as sort of a promotion. The main benefit of the methodology is in its diversity and variability, and we will be happy if you can look at it. It's in PDF. I'll show you then how to find it on the website, and NIPOS is planning to produce some text that is more user-friendly. The methodology is designed for all of you, representatives of local bodies of public administration in the culture area, various organizers of cultural events, and policymakers at national and regional level as well. So the methodology draws on some research, a quantitative analysis of the current situation, and qualitative analysis. We worked with various stakeholders, and if you're interested in this theoretical part, the starting points, basically, the antecedents, you can consult the document. What I think this is more important for you. So these are the starting points, anticipation, analysis of the Czech environment in terms of cultural participation of older people, and intergenerational dialogue and potential risks in the area of culture. And we've proposed some specific recommendations, and the philosophical faculty and Mr. Šerák, who has already spoken, was cooperating with, and you will be definitely interested in the practical part. We call it cookbook, an instruction manual. So you can work in 3 different ways. So with the material, with the methodology, you can read it from the beginning to the end, chapter by chapter. You can read specific chapters if you like. If you are representative of a local administration and you're interested in writing a strategic document, you can consult the methodology. Or if you want to support intergenerational dialogue at the level of a municipality, you can be drawing on the methodology in terms of writing a vision. If you're interested in case studies, in specific examples of good practices, then you can draw on various chapters designed to deal with that. The last part contains a method for evaluation, intergenerational cultural transfer of values. This is a sophisticated method developed by the philosophical faculty. So I'll show you the website of the project and give you some instructions on how you can work with it, what you will find there.
Tak, ty stránky ještě...
So the website is the title is quite simple, NAKI2NIPOS. So at this website you find the comprehensive outcomes of this project. First of all, it's the certified methodology, and then another part deals with specialized maps, where you can click on the specific maps of cultural potential and risks. And I recommend this to people who are interested in geography. So certified methodology, you can download it. It's only in PDF format, as I said. So you can see the contents. So just to give you an example how to work with it. So randomly, I click on this chapter, public support, and apart from various diagrams, the possibilities of public support, there is further information. So public support is insufficiently used in this area, as is the case of other areas as well, because as you can see, there are a lot of possibilities. Direct financial support, non-financial support, and so we provide all these opportunities. We delineate the opportunities, how you can use public support or how to target it on the specific issues.
And here you can see measures. I don't know whether you can see well, but there's quite a lot of such blue colored tables. There are tens or hundreds of such of them. These ones are actually interest clubs in Hronov, number of the population in that town, the region of Hradec Králové, and or actually details about the public support and also the links to individual grant schemes. So this is how the methodology is structured. We will be happy if you download it and look at it. I think it might be quite interesting for you. And now, back to the presentation. Sorry, I closed it by mistake. I'd like to say one important thing, that chapters are not ordered randomly, but according to key factors that are basis for successful participation or engagement of seniors in the cultural life. So in ideal case, all these key factors should be working quite well. Now, a few words about the communication with citizens. As I already said, it's slightly vague. You know, the most important aspect of the methodology is actually the best practice examples and also the diversity. Regarding the communication with the citizens, we have to say that the really good communication between the local government and citizens is important not only for the cultural engagement of citizens and in the generational transfer of cultural values, but also for the overall satisfaction of citizens with the life in the village. And it should be a two-way communication between the local government and the citizens. So the participative democratic approach, it should include a lot of workshops, various seminars, roundtables, and local government management should be interested in the opinions of their citizens. Regarding the strategic documents, it's important to say that the visions and strategic and community planning should be based on the good knowledge of the locality. I mentioned the participative strategies. The main rules includes the fact that the strategy, that the municipality should have the strategic document focused on the development of the village in the area of culture. The municipality should focus on the cultural engagement of the elderly. They should emphasize the priority of multi-generational cultural events and activities. There should also be rules for the public support for the culture. And in addition to long-term concepts, there should be also short-term plans. Regarding the public support, I have already spoken about that. Of course, public support is extremely important. It includes both financial support and indirect support. And as I said, that in most municipalities, the potential is not used to the utmost. We have found out, especially in relation to the COVID-19 pandemic, if the support is really good in the municipality, another problem is that they are not able to promote it properly, to spread the information to the relevant users. So this is something we need to focus on as well. And I don't want to enumerate individual bullets. You can find it in the methodological guidance document. As the previous speaker, Mr. Chirac, mentioned, the driving forces in the area of cultural participation of the seniors are extremely important. They are the real leaders. And we should also say that there should also be a certain extent on institutionalization of the activities driven by these leaders. So, for example, hire employees that would be in charge of the cultural life, of course, in larger cities, not in small villages. There is a list of key competences of such leaders. I don't want to read that. Then another key factor for the support of culture and cultural potential of the municipality is cultural infrastructure. Without it, it is not possible. It is the hardware on which the software, meaning people, is based. So if the municipality does not have any cultural infrastructure, then it is really very difficult to organize cultural activities. Okay, I don't have enough time, so I will not read that. One of the key factors is the tradition. Cultural activities, including traditions, are an integral part of the cultural potential of the locality. The seniors are often a very good and very rich source of activities. So it is really good to use their potential because of their very rich life experience. So if I don't have much time, I skip the slides and then you can consult the methodical guidance. Okay, thank you for your attention. There's quite a lot to say, but unfortunately we have run out of time. Thank you, Mr. Pergel, from the National Information and Consulting Center for Culture, and Mr. Radim Perlin from the Faculty of Science of Charles University. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. So I will measure the time, and it will be really brief. I would like to apologize to the interpreters if I am too fast. The first things I'd like to talk about is the following. We actually were working on the topic related to cultural participation of the elderly and in general the cultural conditions. We all understand that we all have similar cultural needs, but on the other hand we also understand that the cultural equipment depends on the size. Equipment and facilities depends on the size of the municipality. We know that the national theater can be only in the capital city. Municipal theaters can be found in regional cities, but we don't find any theater in a small village. But in spite of that, we all have similar requirements for cultural life and cultural engagement. But we also know that the cultural life looks differently in the Kyiv, Hodonín regions and Eastern Moravia, where there are large municipalities and very rich and varied cultural life. While, for example, in the areas that are close to the Bavarian borders in the Tachov region, cultural life is based only on a few balls and festivities a year. So there is a big difference in that, or a big contrast. On one way, we have the similar needs for cultural life, but we have different facilities and different possibilities in our villages and towns. So we believe that it is extremely important to realize that this needs to be researched and surveyed. We tried to do that based on various data that are publicly available, but also data that are available only internally within our national information center. Another thing I'd like to emphasize at the very beginning, my colleague Bargal already mentioned that on one hand we have people who are active, on the other hand those who are not active, people who organize various cultural activities and the people who like attending these activities, but also the people who do not attend it because there are some barriers or because they are not interested. And then we have a certain facility, and the facility is important for a cultural event to take place. An amateur drama ensemble which does not have any place to perform cannot perform because these are barriers or obstacles that you cannot remove if you do not have the premises, if you do not have the hardware we talked about. So we need citizens that are active and willing to participate either as organizers or as attendees. And then we need the premises, the facilities, the clubhouse or the community center where such events can be organized. So we are geographers, and when we see a map, we rejoice, so we prepared a map. Yes, we have prepared quite a lot of maps, and I will go through these maps very fast, and then I will show the three most important ones. The first ones I'd like to show are maps that show seniors age 65 plus. We have several times mentioned the gradual aging of the population, which was endangered by the COVID. But let's see the proportion of people 65 plus. The darker blue, the bigger proportion of people 65 plus. For those who are from the Czech Republic, know quite well. For the colleagues from Germany, I'd like to say that these are mainly the borders between the regions where the proportion of people 65 plus increase. And these are very often small villages, and those people also have the right to live their cultural lives. So therefore, the central government or local government is obliged to provide for these people. Another map is the life expectancy. Life expectancy for men 65 plus pre-COVID situation. Now it is a bit different. Very low life expectancy is in the area that are traditionally industrial regions with a big burden on the environment. Very good life expectancy is in, for example, the Vysočina regions or other that are not so industrial. Life expectancy for women. So, life expectancy, women, high life expectancy, 65 years, is in southern Moravia or in the Vysočina region, very low in northern Bohemia. This picture shows the gender difference in life expectancy between men and women. There is always a difference. Women have a higher life expectancy than us for many different reasons. I don't want to analyze, maybe during the break. So, I'd like to remind you that the biggest difference is in Moravia, certain parts of Moravia. So the population is aging, and it's quite difficult to engage the population 65 plus in active life and seek possibilities how to enable this generation, actually us in a few years' time, to get actively involved in the future life and not be sidelined or marginalized within the society.
This education index is another piece of data that has impact on the aging generation. So the higher level of education, the more involvement, which doesn't mean that the population which has lower levels of education is not interested in involvement in various cultural events. They are interested, but they just need events that are aligned with their level of education. So you can have music, folk music, played in 1950s, and these people will love it because they remind them of their youth. Although, me personally, I would not be interested at all. For me, this would be sort of lower level pop culture. The highest level of educational attainment is, of course, in industrialized and urban centers. Prague, Hradec Králové, Pardubice. There's a play on words based on a little competition between these two cities, which is more important. Then along the borders with Austria or Saxony, Bavaria, the index of educational attainment is lower in general. The intensity of cultural activities, and this is the main map. I'm running short of time. It's a sequence, a list of cultural events, activities. You can look at the publication, and the darker the color, the better, the higher the intensity. So you can see the regions north of Prague, and very low level of activity, intensity of a cultural activity in peripheral regions, the density of cultural events, how they are organized, darker, lighter, you can see the differences. And this was the software, and now let's look at the hardware, the infrastructure, the cultural infrastructure, to say. Large municipalities in Moravia or in Silesia, northern Moravia, have very good cultural infrastructure. Municipalities that have been industrialized or were industrialized during the totalitarian system era, they have very good cultural equipment and infrastructure. The question is whether they are using it. Traditionally, in southern Bohemia, Vysočina, and further away from the Sudetenlands, north of Plzeň, the cultural infrastructure is far lower. Of course, larger cities have better cultural infrastructure. So we focused on culture, religion, sports, and the infrastructure in all these areas, because they are preconditions. This is preconditions for any active life. So this is sports infrastructure. This is religious. There's a traditional line dividing two parts of Bohemia or the Czech Republic as a whole. So in terms of the churches and religious buildings, Moravia has the most intense heritage. Amateur theatre numbers, non-profit organizations, associations, and participation of all the people, the oldest basically. So this shows a certain pattern. I don't really think there is any structure in this. It's more random. This shows cultural potential and risks. The cultural potential is what we can offer, what we are willing to offer. There we have good preconditions for that. That's cultural potential. The darker, the higher the potential there is in that particular region. Here, with the young generation in northern Bohemia, around big cities, and also southern and southeast Moravia, because there is a high proportion of young population that is willing to offer something. Cultural risks that relates to the hardware, to the infrastructure. Vysočina, the surroundings of Plzeň, the periphery of Central Bohemia, Vysočina, and some other regions. And this is typology. The effort is to provide some types that could serve ministries or other public authorities in their decision making. There are four types. Metropolitan background, which is a typical feature. It's larger for Prague, in Western Bohemia it's only Plzeň, Pardubice, Hradec, near Ostrava, the Ostrava Basin. The second type, the Sudeten lands and mountain ranges, which have been affected by the Germans' eviction and also affected by industrialization in the second half of the 20th century, and with the resulting characteristics in terms of population, demography, and also cultural life. And another type, southern Moravia, that's characterized by large municipalities and life, cultural life that has never been interrupted, and participation of people in cultural life that has never been interrupted. And then the fourth type, up to north of Olomouc, and that's a disintegrated structure. Municipalities divided up into smaller units, which can have some separate activities, but nothing comprehensive. But there is infrastructure that can be used, and there are leaders who are willing to do something. This is the typology of the territory in terms of number of people, number of municipalities. So the results depend on data from 2017-2018. 18 months ago we had another survey, and we'll still have to process the data in order to have some comparison. So we'll see how it will all develop. So on behalf of Mrs. Bednářová, I'd like to thank you and enjoy your coffee. So thank you, and we'll meet again at 2:40.
session of this conference. This part will be dedicated to local governments. The first presentation will be delivered by Mrs. Gundula Ibelher from the city of Munich. She will present the project Creative Aging, Cultural Engagement instead of Social Isolation. The floor is yours.
I'm sorry, I'm the one to interrupt your coffee break. And I'm really sorry, but I'm happy to be here today in Prague. And yes, as you have said, I suppose, my name is Gundula Ibelher. I work for the Department of Arts and Culture in Munich, and there I'm responsible for cultural education. And for the last 2.5 years, I've been running this project, Creative Aging, Cultural Engagement instead of Social Isolation, which ended this August. And it was funded by the Erasmus Plus program as a so-called strategic partnership. Yeah, what was it all about? It was about, we focused on the problematic areas, just like Mr. Sharak said this in the beginning, because our project dealt with cultural participation opportunities for older people, and in particular for those who struggle with health or finance, who live in isolation, or who have had only limited access to cultural activities in their lives so far. To keep it short, all the seniors you normally can't reach with all your cultural offers. And with this Erasmus project, we wanted to find out what are these barriers to participation and how can they be overcome. And we looked at municipal strategies, but also at successful practice and projects. And maybe to be more specific, when I talk about cultural participation opportunities, we don't mean so much visiting museums or theaters, but rather offers of cultural mediation or cultural education. Projects, workshops, events in which people can become creative themselves or actively participate. And for these kinds of offers, the barriers to participation are even higher. Yeah, who was involved in the project? We were 6 cities, Berlin and Leeuwarden in the Netherlands, Ostende in Belgium, Brighton and Hove, Great Britain, and Göteborg, Gothenburg in Sweden. And it would have been nice to have had Prague in our city group as well. Special about our project group was that each city sent staff from city administrations as well as practitioners. So we met on strategic and practical level. And not just that, we also invited people from different areas and sectors. And this really was a win-win situation for all of us. In Brighton and Hove, for example, the health department was represented. In Munich, the culture and the social welfare department. In Ostend, culture, leisure, and tourism. And we had a city councillor with us, dance artists, social workers, organizers of a creative aging festival, a senior advisory board, people from the field of community management, from museums, libraries, etc. Because already in the beginning of this project, we assumed that cross-sectoral cooperation could be a key factor for being able to reach out to our special target group. And after this 2.5 years, I can tell, yes, it is. Cross-sectoral cooperation is very challenging, but it is essential. Now I would like to briefly share some impressions of our Erasmus project. Of course, the pandemic hit us, and therefore we could not visit each other's in our cities as planned. And so the exchange looked like this. You all know it, digital meetings. We tried our best with hybrid events, for example, and to nevertheless engage the target group, but that was difficult. But you also know it's just something different when you meet live, like at our first and last on-site meeting in Munich this May. The atmosphere was like this, and yeah, what did we do? we tried things out, like here, a performance in public space guided through headphones. We discussed projects, strategies, and experiences. And we visited cultural institutions and projects. And especially important, we had time for personal conversations and exchange. Okay, but now let's look at the results of the Creative Aging project. Yeah, under the lead of Berlin, we made a digital survey among the cities that are part of the Eurocities network. I think you know it, maybe. The survey's goal was to find out how the topic of cultural participation of older people is anchored and implemented in European cities. And I'm going to show you very shortly just a few of our key takeaways. Here you can see the cities we got responses from. The darker the color on the map, the more responses we got. All in all, 22 countries and 45 cities participated in the survey. Yes, and we wanted to know if the topic of creative aging is implemented in the cities on a strategic level. For example, in the city guidelines. And you can see a third of the respondents doesn't have any general city guidelines at all, what was surprising for me. And 64% said, yes, we do have it, and we do have guidelines that are culture-related, but only 81% of these culture-related guidelines include older people in their strategies. And what's interesting, that of the cities that do include older people, 66% do not give a definition of this population group at all. For example, by age, or by personal circumstances, such as social status, health barriers, or cultural background. But we think that this would be an important precondition to develop good strategies to overcome barriers to participation. And as we've learned, older adults are a highly diverse population and whose personal circumstances may change dramatically over the course of their retirement. It can make a big difference if someone is 70 or 80 years old, for example. And so this diverse target group, you need diverse reach-out strategies and very diverse cultural offers. Yeah, we've asked the city administrations if they think that the promotion of creative aging projects is competing with measures for other age groups. And 60% said yes, there is a competition. For example, because of limited resources in the cities. And at the same time, almost 100% of the respondents said that it will become more important in the future. So this may not only be a result of the demographic trends with aging populations in whole Europe, but also underlines the importance of research and political and administrative action in this field. So we can say resources are needed and city guidelines that are really tailored to the diverse age group and to their needs. Yes, I would like to briefly introduce the barriers to participation that were mentioned by the respondents. The bigger a word, the more frequently it was named. You can just have a look. And as you can see, the three most frequently named barriers are social isolation, economic barriers, including costs, and digital skills. And the fact that digital skills were mentioned so often is certainly also related to the experiences with lockdowns during the pandemic. But the little words in this cloud are at least as interesting. For example, not being invited, lack of self-confidence, from passive to active citizen, limited mobility, physical challenges, education, intention to consider older people as valuable, and so many more. So many barriers. What is to be done from our point of view? We have summarized our findings in 4 documents. overall findings, findings for project implementation, best practice examples, and recommendations for policymakers. And we presented all our findings at a public conference in Munich, which was also streamed and documented in German and English, so you can find all videos and documents on our Creative Aging website if you're interested. And they are printed out and you can find them at the entrance. Today I would like to present our policy recommendations, as we have seen that policy guidelines are important, but rarely tailored to the needs of older people, especially of those who are hard to reach. Yeah, don't be irritated. Creative aging is used in our papers as a technical term for the promotion of cultural participation of older people. Yeah, we have heard this before. I don't have to say anything about that. Yes, we all know that we should make our institutions inclusive in many ways, but we sometimes forget the barriers they have concerning age, education, finances, or social isolation. Yes, it is important to remember that the older demographic group undergoes generational changes, just like any other age bracket. And those who retire today will probably like different things to people who retired 25 years ago. And cultural activities and venues are often a little bit too old-fashioned for the new generation of seniors. Yeah, the visibility of creative aging. The creativity of older adults should be celebrated and their work should be showcased. Stages are mostly for younger people. Impressive for us are creative aging festivals like Luminet was in Scotland, or the Beltane Festival in Ireland, or the Aging Well Festival in England, and I've learned that you have a senior theater festival here. We don't have anything like that in Munich. Yeah, Intergenerational Exchange is a highlight in this conference as well. And the 6 cities in our project group, they said, yes, this is really important, but at the same time, they all saw the need for further development. They have noted that there aren't too many intergenerational offers and experiences in their cities. I don't know, maybe it's similar in Prague. In Munich, it definitely is. And I think the support of intergenerational projects offers a great chance in many ways, and one of it is, on a strategic level, to cope with this competition problem we've learned about in our survey, because a grant can benefit both age groups if you have an intergenerational project. Yeah, digital engagement. The pandemic has highlighted the importance of digital skills and has had drawn attention to the number of people, especially over 70 years, who do not go online at all. And maybe you have had the same interesting experience during the lockdowns, that digital cultural projects can motivate offliners sometimes better to get connected to the internet than, for example, the need to make online banking. So culture has a potential for the support of digital engagement in general. Yeah, research, you have great research here, but the 6 cities in our project group agreed that we do have a lot of research into cultural education for children and young people, but not for older ages. And there should be more collaboration with universities to ensure an equal level of knowledge. I hope you can still follow me. There are 6 more recommendations. One is very important, cross-sectoral cooperation. I've mentioned it before, to engage older people in culture. And above all, people in difficult life circumstances, we need to involve, we call it trusted ambassadors from their living environment, such as caregivers, doctors, pharmacists, social workers, community managers. In other words, professionals from the different sectors: culture, social welfare, health, and education. And I think politics and administrations can help to better structure collaborative working and learning. And in my experience, it is important that the different sectors can, first of all, develop a shared understanding of creative aging and the benefits it provides for each sector. So what do we mean if we say cultural education or creative aging? Upskilling, yes, qualifying measures would be great, as Kubia offers, but not in Bavaria. For care and social facilities to help them embed creative aging in their work. For example, by including cultural education in their staff training programs. The other way around, professional artists who are keen to work with older adults should receive training. The city of Tampere in Finland has very good experiences with this kind of upskilling programs. And now, a few words about money. Yeah, cross-sectoral funding. It should be possible to co-finance creative aging programs through the culture, the healthcare, and social welfare budgets. Because applicants report that they have to specify which part of their project falls under a particular heading, culture, social, or healthcare. And the other parts then not get promoted. But creative aging can potentially cover all three sectors. Cultural prescription. It was interesting for us in Munich to learn that in many European cities and countries, doctors are already able to prescribe cultural activities, such as dance or museum visits, and for a good reason. The World Health Organization has shown in over 3,000 evidence-based studies that cultural participation has a positive impact on health, well-being, and quality of life. And one UK study found out that over a third of all GP consultations are for non-medical reasons. These patients tend to make appointments with their doctors because they want human contact, care, and attention. And as a result, there are many initiatives in the UK to make social and cultural activities available on prescription. And this can lead to a drop in GP consultation rates and also to a reduction in hospital admissions. So you can spare money. That's always important. Yeah, inclusion as a long-term investment, we have heard this before. It's challenging to finance inclusive projects in general because they are often time-consuming, cost-intensive, and call for a long-term approach, especially when it comes to people living in isolation. Of course, loneliness shouldn't become greater after a project ended. And creative aging projects should be provided free of charge, or at least easy to afford. And all of this requires a good level of support from the public sector. Project must be funded on a sustainable basis, we've heard this, and concepts that involve municipal, regional, and national levels can help here. We have seen this in Leeuwarden in the Netherlands. And last but not least, policy guidelines. Again, we have heard in the first keynote that there is a gap between policy papers and reality. And for sure there is, and there will always be. But our Erasmus project has shown that creative aging programs thrive best in regions and cities that have included age-friendly guidelines in their policy objectives. So it is worth it. Yeah, that's it with my input on a strategic level. And as I've already mentioned, we also have recommendations for project implementation. We've summarized some of them in this small video. And you can find it also on our Creative Aging website, but we can just have a look now.
The percentage of people over 65 could rise to about 30% of the total European population by 2050. In view of this shift in demographics, there is a need for more cultural activities that are accessible to older people. The Erasmus Plus project Creative Aging deals with the question of how exactly this participation of senior citizens can be encouraged. This is particularly the case if seniors have limited health or financial resources, live in isolation, or have had only limited access to cultural activities. The European cities involved in the project came to practical conclusions, some of which we would like to present to you. First of all, the needs of the target group should be identified so that the project can then be designed. Surveys conducted in advance, preferably peer-to-peer, can help. In this way, you can respond much better to the wishes of the participants in your project. Involve them in the concept development afterwards as well. But how do you convince isolated older people to participate in a project? The best way is through personal contact. Experience has shown that newspaper advertisements or flyers are not sufficient. Caregivers, doctors, pharmacists, or relatives should be established as trusted ambassadors. In general, communication is the be-all and end-all and should be planned with a high time commitment. We advise you to call participants before events and remind them of appointments. People who live in isolation sometimes need more encouragement to participate. You may also be able to arrange for services to come to participants and take place in care homes, residential areas, or social lunches. Or you can offer transport when registering, or plan your events in the immediate neighborhood. Digital cultural offerings could also be a possibility, as the COVID pandemic has shown that older people are also open to them. Here's a tip that could also lower the barrier to participation. Open offers in which you can participate flexibly and spontaneously without making a long-term commitment. As you can see, target group recruitment sometimes takes just as long as the actual project implementation. This makes it an elementary part of your project work and requires corresponding financial resources. The creativity of older people must be appreciated and, above all, made visible. So, how about a creative aging festival?
I just have one last slide for you with our internet address. Yes. Here you can find the videos and the documents, München.de Creative Aging. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for sharing your experiences.
Welcome.
Tak děkuji paní Gundule Iblher a
So I'd like to invite Mr. Karas, Head of Department of Culture and Tourism at the City Hall in Pardubice. One of his topics is removing barriers in access to cultural events, and he is going to share his experience with us. So just changing the presentation, and we can start. So, good afternoon. I'd like to speak about activities for senior people in the area of culture and education in the region of Pardubice. The activities are the responsibility of the department in which I'm in charge of. We are a regional city, and we have about 19,000 people, 65 plus. And I want to pinpoint another figure, and that's over 10,000 foreigners, and that's before the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Now the figure is definitely higher, and it is relatively high. So this is the structure of my presentation. First, I want to speak about a policy for removing barriers in access to culture of our city. And as part of this, designing this policy, we mapped the needs of older people in relation to their access to culture. Compared to other groups of citizens, the needs of these people were perceived as being relatively well fulfilled, and that pointed to the fact that we are doing some things right, because our city has been focusing on this area for quite a long time, and this is one of the results. So, Culture for All is the name of the policy. We have developed policy for removing barriers in access to culture, and the policy is one of the strategic documents. And our aim is to make culture accessible for everyone in our region. And this has opened the door to other areas as well. We decided to draw on some qualitative methods in designing the policy. We divided our efforts into two parts: the supply of cultural institutions and the demand on the part of various people facing barriers in access to culture. And we cooperated with the community planning department. Works very well, and we realized that culture has not been part of community planning in general. So when we approached experts, this was quite a new finding for them as well. So we first contacted all cultural institutions that are the responsibility of our city hall, and we asked them whether they pay attention to the needs of people who have various disabilities or disadvantages. And as part of community planning, we asked for a definition of the needs that were defined based on workshops with the representatives of these various groups. And then again, together with the cultural institutions, we prepared a document on how to remove the barriers. So first there were needs, then there were barriers to meeting the needs, and then specific solutions addressing this. And the result is 16 measures. We approved the policy document at the end of 2020. What's helping us a lot is the interest expressed on the part of various organizations to actually address this issue. The communication with the organizations that are partly funded from our budget, they actually take this issue seriously, and they want to incorporate the principles into their work. We trained people as part of an experiential workshop, and the topic was access or approach to people with physical disabilities. And during the workshop, as I said, it was experiential, so the people who were trained actually experienced themselves what it's like to face these barriers, so it was really helping a lot. So this is the structure of the needs and the barriers seen in the older population. There is a specific need to meet the need for accompaniment. This need is quite prominent in people with disabilities. So there's a need for assistance services. Another need was concerned with various disability aids or compensatory aids. And actually pinpointing those responsible for removing the barriers was really important. And we figured out that one of the major problems is lack of information. And by improving the availability of information, we could improve the overall situation in terms of what is offered to older people. And when we compared this to other target groups, and here I want to mention another project that's implemented across the target groups, so the needs of the older people were really better met compared to other groups. So another project worth mentioning is being piloted at the moment. It's not focused on senior people at the moment. Originally it's focused on people with various mental disorders, but people who live in isolation, senior people, are getting interested gradually, contacting us, and in this we cooperate with cultural institutions, and how it works is like a client of a social service. So primarily a person with a physical handicap or a mental disorder is interested in attending a cultural event organized by one of our organizations. So these organizations offer some tickets. The client is interested in going, and there can be motivational barriers, feeling shy. So the assistance service, in this case, can help the person overcome this concern, these emotions that may be hindering his or her willingness to attend such events. And we are increasing the number of volunteers. There's a lot of interest in such assistance services. So to conclude, I'd like to sum up the free time activities focusing on senior people. We have a special job, a person who is responsible for leisure time activities for senior people, and the job is under the Department of Culture at the City Hall. It involves organization of balls and various clubs, and the agenda also includes some clubs specifically for senior people, and also a council of senior people in the city of Pardubice. It is an advisory at the city level since 1999. It has 7 members. These 7 members are elected for 10-year term, and they are selected from the senior club. What works well is the facilitation of these issues to the city council, and what works even work is the representation of these council members in the city council. So there is always a representative from the council of the seniors in various sections of the city council. The information is collected through the clubs of seniors. We have 24 clubs of seniors within the Pardubice region. They are formed on voluntary basis.
There is a club for ex-teachers or those who like hiking and so on. They are altogether 24, including about 1,000 elderly people, and from among them the representatives to the Council of Seniors are elected. We have 4 facilities or premises where they can meet, but it is not sufficient, so we are currently looking for further premises. Otherwise, it has been working well. The center of this activities is the Senior Center. It is one of those first 4 premises, but it has a specific task. It is a 2-floor building where various leisure time activities are organized, also dancing courses, lectures, rehearsals of the choir and so on. So this building is used to the utmost, so we can use that. We see that many people are interested. What we would like to resume is the regular meetings of the seniors with the children from the Children's Parliament, which actually took place before the pandemic and then it was interrupted. So we believe that these encounters are quite beneficial because these are the children from the school parliament and seniors from the Council for Seniors, from 2 advisory bodies, as to say. So the time is almost up. I just wanted to let you know, and yes, you just finished. So thank you very much, Martin Karas from the Pardubice City Council. And now let's go to Jesenice. I would like to ask Mrs. Jana Vidimova, the former councillor of the city, who over the past 4 years has been involved in the community, senior and cultural agenda. The floor is yours. Good afternoon. It will be quite difficult to speak after such a previous speaker. It's a real challenge. I'm the councillor from the town of Jesenice near Prague. In the last election term, I was in charge of all those areas the colleague mentioned. The active aging for everyone became a leitmotif of a large scale of senior activities that were always important when planning social events in the city. What steps were made for that? There were actually 3 big steps. First, support for the cohesion of the senior community. Then subsidy programs for the support of senior leisure time activities, and third, technical support for improving accessibility of senior activities. Regarding the first bullet, according to the sociological survey in 2017, people were not much involved in any activities. They were not part of any clubs or associations. In Jesenice, we have 1,401 persons 60 plus, which is about 13.7% of the total number of inhabitants. The total number of the elderly includes 627 men and 774 women, so it is quite a large group. However, the majority has been the people who live in Jesenice not longer than 10 years. So first we had to find the place where to meet. And finally we succeeded because the members of the two clubs got together. They stopped competing with each other, and it was possible to use the premises of the former bank, and we created a community center for the citizens. It's also barrier-free access, and active elderly people started to use it very intensely and extended the offer of various lectures as part of the Third Age University. The premises are also used for small celebrations, family festivities. We were also able to hire staff for the social department and create a network of social and advisory services that even increase the social involvement of the elderly. At the beginning of the election term, it was possible to organize round table discussions organized by the Ministry of Labor. We talk about the implementation of the policy, the regional level, and the elderly people had great ideas and suggestions, even during pandemics. Very recently, we organized the IT literacy courses, which were also very useful. Grants and subsidies. The city allocates 150,000 crowns for the seniors on an annual basis. The cultural events were quite limited, but the elderly decided to organize various outings, and the mayor decided to install benches all around the city to make it easier for them to meet. Also, a lot of sightseeing tours were organized, and then on the 1st of October, we started to celebrate the Day of Seniors, and the participation amounted to 90 seniors. So we are planning also further activities and theater performances. Now I'd like to mention another important thing, which is a technical support for enhancing accessibility for senior activities. For many elderly people, it is a problem to participate in the events because Jesenice covers quite a vast geographical area, and it's very difficult to get from one part of the city to another. So therefore, the city council offers free transport to various social activities organized by the city, or also to visit a doctor or to go to post office for the elderly over 65 years. Then we also personally visit the elderly when they have important anniversaries from 75 years of age, and so this really helps to eliminate the feeling of loneliness. We also have volunteers or ambassadors that are highly trusted by the seniors, so they can use their services. And we also provide Christmas vitamin packages for citizens over 75 years of age. The only thing where we are failing is the interconnection within intergenerational links within the communities, and also making the adolescent people get together with the elderly citizens. So there are still areas for improvement in these areas. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. And now we will hear some New information from Prachatice, Mrs. Raben-Hauptová. I'd like to remind you that we have a nice exhibition here from Prachatice, and we might learn a little bit more about this exhibition. I'd like to use this short time, and I would like to remind you that we have these two flip charts. So during the break, you still have a chance to add some positive experience or complaint. During the last break, I could see only one. So it would be great if you put there your negative or positive experience. I'd like to follow on with about 8 terms I heard my previous speakers. Mr. Chirac said how it should be in the strategy. So I'll show you what it will be like in Prachatice. Then from Germany, I talked about the opportunities. The Ministry of Culture, the colleagues spoke about the grant schemes, and we had one subsidy program, the exhibition of photographs. We used the grant scheme for that, and we gave opportunity to disabled elderly people. And then from the Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs, the colleagues spoke about communication with the citizens and intergenerational solidarity. We will speak about that as well. And Mr. Berlin, if I'm not wrong, mentioned the facilities, equipment, and potential. So I will cover that as well, and I will also be speaking about our facilities in Prachatice. The colleague from UNIC spoke about pandemic and barrier, and also about acknowledgement and recognition of the elderly. I will cover that as well. And Pardubice, very inspirational. They educate their staff in communication with the elderly and disabled people. I have photographs from the time 2 days ago. We had an educational event, experience the disability, experiencing disability, and I will also speak about transportation. We have some inspiration from Jesenice. Our city of Prachatice has about 10,700 inhabitants, including 21% of the elderly. I will show only photographs. We have a beautiful municipal theater. We had an award ceremony 2 days ago. There was a performance delivered by the Roma, Bohuš Matuš, for example, and there were also representatives of various social and cultural facilities, including hospice, library, and the Order of Borromei. We also organize an exhibition that is called The Skill of Seniors. Every month we look for a person who knows something. So this is one of the exhibition of Mr. Král. Then Days of Petr Chelčický. It's called Taxík Maxík, and we use a special taxi for driving the elderly to various activities. So this is one event when we talked about Petr Chelčický and the elderly with sight impairments were singing there. People talked about Prague, but we in Prachatice also go to Prague. We got invitation to one hospital where we had performance for the palliative care patients. So that was also a nice example of activities. Very often could hear that during pandemic it was not possible to do anything in the field of culture. I don't think so. We organize a host of activities for the elderly and people with disabilities. We filmed 17 parts of the film out of 55 covered by the series. We also had some physical exercises. We also had a cable TV programs. So we also so the people could experience that something was happening. It was a great experience for us. We really got a very high response. We also organized various concerts on the stairs or in the open air. There were various well-known artists. So this picture shows Bara Harzanova, our actress, who actually sang in the open air for the people with dementia. And this person, after the concert, took this tulip, gave it to Bara, and he said these were one of the best moments of his life when he listened to her concert, and 2 days later he died. This is the photographs from the nursing home of Mr. Christian, where we organized a concert, Mesiskli, for both the patients and also the nursing staff. So music definitely belongs to a conference on culture. So this volunteer is self-taught and he would play for free, and I can tell you a lot of tears appeared and beautiful moments. So let's move on to Ukraine. There are a lot of people who left Ukraine, escaped, and thousands. And we, from the very beginning, we try to make sure that there are places where they can meet in various community centers. And we've identified 3 families, one with a small child, one who had a physician and a wheelchair, and about 150 people came to an event where we showed film on the lives of these 3 families. And at the Kratochvíle castle we held another large event because one of the Ukrainians was a musician, performed at the Kiev Symphonic Orchestra, and he sang the national anthem. It was very moving, and we prepared an arts competition where senior people were as jurors, so it was really an interesting and beautiful meeting. We have 2 galleries, 2 museums, and 1 private museum, and we offer people who are on a wheelchair or are limited in their movement, so we offer them various events. For example, an exhibition of drawings by Victor Price, and although the castle is not barrier-free, the people were very helpful and made it possible for
everyone to attend. We also prepare various courses. This was an intergenerational one. We had an exhibition of about 700 pencils and pens, which was really unique. And we invited a teacher who drew together with senior people and children. We hold events at our square in the city. And an exhibition of drawings on glass panels. I'm again mentioning the Kratochvíle Castle, where we organize dance parties with a band, and everyone dances, regardless of age. As part of the work of the Old People's Home, we organize exhibitions, buttons, different types of buttons, and exhibition of photographs by Robert Vano, photographs of people on a wheelchair, and the artist Jana Kačírková, conductor Mikuláš Stroup, reciting poetry. And this lady is 94 years old, and every day she writes. She doesn't use a computer, and we copied her writing and created an exhibition of her writings. Intergenerationally, actively, it's another title of an event. Outdoor exhibitions. My country, we visited this exhibition in Prague, and we then brought it to our city. A French musical ensemble exhibition, Silent World, by Klára Podzimková. And let's try something. Please place your hands like this. Now you can connect them like this and illustrate a butterfly. We did this with the deaf people, like this. You hook your thumbs like this. So this is what we did, just an example. We had Petr Forman over at a conference where we spoke about people with dementia. We observed the traditions. We bake a special type of pastry with nice decorations. And Mrs. Jitka drawing. So I still have 5 minutes. So let's do another activity. There's this picture, and another picture which shows a film tape. So if you can find this pair of photographs, the first person who comes here wins the prize. It must be a couple of these photographs. Do you have both of them? Stand up, those who you have the full picture and the film tape. Here's one, and so the three of you just come up to me and you will get a prize. You can also see, again, exhibitions on glass paints, then magazines, and we also record audio for people who are blind and sight impaired. And we also organized virtual third age university and academy for third age. We refurbished the National House with a summer cinema that's totally barrier-free. Philip Neri Chapel, decorated, attended by a lot of older people. And the day before yesterday, we installed about $500,000 worth equipment for a hoist for wheelchairs. So you can see the rest of the documentation of our activities on those panels at the back. And I am a senior person myself, and I take a lot of inspiration from what I've heard here. So thank you. So greetings to Prachatice, and now we're opening the first panel discussion. And so all of you who spoke as part of this session, and the discussion will be chaired by Mr. Perlin. So the floor is yours. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this panel discussion, of which I'm a chair. And I want all the panelists to just introduce themselves again and say one sentence that captures what they do. So I'll point fingers. So I am the expert clerk at Prachatice City Hall. When you smile, everything works better. This is so. In Pardubice, culture is for all.
What do you want? What will characterize you?
What will characterize
Your job, your activity, your opportunity.
So I work at the city administration. I'm responsible for cultural education, and what characterizes me is that I have always one foot in practice, if you can say this in English, I don't know, and one foot in strategic development.
Jednu nohu v praxi a jednu nohu ve strategickém plánování, ve strategickém rozvoji, jednou částí svých aktivit. Tak, já jsem připravil nějaké témata, nějaké otázky a chci poprosit.
So I have prepared some topics and I like to ask the panelists, and I'm going to call on them and force them to answer, but the answers should be brief if possible. And I also want to invite you as the auditorium to ask questions or maybe to comment briefly. If you wish just to raise hands, don't be afraid, don't be shy, and enter this discussion. You have the advantage of seeing the topic, so I'm going to read them for the panelists. So, what methods of involving older people in social and cultural life are effective, in your opinion? And what methods are not effective? Okay, thank you. Methods, but they are derived from what we do and how we approach this topic. I think what's effective is that if you focus specifically on people, specific people and specific barriers and specific needs. Overall, this is a method that can be applied. What about Jesenice? What is not effective that senior people don't respond to these methods? Well, the best or the most effective for us is personal contact. We are a small city, so we could afford that. Actually, invite them for breakfast and discuss things with them. That's what they wanted. So we adjusted the plan to their needs, and part of that was making benches for them on their way to stores and stuff.
Could you imagine that there is the same group of people coming to this breakfast with the mayor, let's say 20 people. What do you do with the other people who are more passive or afraid, do not have courage to enter the public space, do not have courage to speak? How do you involve them? As I mentioned in my presentation, we have two big associations for the seniors. So those who are not active but passive, they are part of these associations, and then the people we meet during the trips or outings or at social events then join as well. We do many more activities, not only those I mentioned in my presentation. The city of Jesenice organizes also the activities for all the people, not only the seniors. What is efficient in Prachatice and what is less efficient in Prachatice? What tools do you consider inappropriate for the engagements of seniors? We target our activities, our senior citizens, but of course there are people who don't go to the internet and then they are so-called invisible. So we actually are trying to drop information in their mailboxes, and we also raise money and allocate the funds to these people who don't have money to participate. So I think this is the most important, to focus on these people. What is not efficient? It is not efficient if we do the things that we do not invent ourselves. You, for example, said that you would never go to a concert delivered by Eva and Vašek, which is actually a Czech folk music, but that you would probably go to the opera, let's say. Okay, so I think that maybe this is also a group of people who like accordion concert.
What is effective for encourage the group of 65 plus, and what is not effective?
Concerning
what are the instruments?
What are our instruments? So to reach out to these people you can never reach. For example, people with financial problems. For example, we bring offers where they are already. For example, food dispensaries in Munich. I think you know it. You know, I have this year. And we come with cultural offers to the food dispensaries, and there are many people from many nations and on different ages, and they make the experience, oh, I always forgot that it's so fun to sing, to make music or to dance. And after this, when we come again and again for a month, they are ready to visit a cultural offer. Then they dare to come. So this is one reach-out strategy we have.
Thank you. Vaše komentáře, dámy a pánové, vaše zkušenost s tématem, co je pro vás efektivní, co naopak považujete za méně efektivní?
So now I'd like to ask the same question to the audience. What is efficient and what is less efficient in your work? The second question follows on what you have said before. I'd like to ask all of you, and you as the representatives of the local government, whether the local government should directly involve the seniors and organize the events, or should the local government create conditions for the activities of other entities, associations, individuals or institutions, or create help for the seniors so that they would do something. So the question is, should it be done by the local government and their organizations, or should the road it quite a lot? So the floor is yours. I think both. The local government should offer buildings, premises, money, and then also create conditions. I'm speaking especially about your own activities, about activities as such, not about facilities or premises. Who will decide whether the ballet of the National Theatre will be invited to Prachatice, or whether it will be an accordion ensemble? If the ballet of the National Theatre has not been in Prachatice yet, then definitely the local government will have to decide about the money, because the associations don't have money for that. But how is the process done? Based on the requirement from the associations of the elderly. What about Jesenice? Should this be organized by the local government and decide what is going to happen, and their organizations receiving contributions from the state budget, or should they expect that the public or senior associations are active themselves? We have special commissions that work for the city council, and the commission members are the people who want to do something, and they are usually start some initiative, and then the city prepares the whole plan of cultural events. We also have the Department of Culture, and we have a certain budget, so we also have some limitation. It also depends on the fact how money you have available. We have, let's say, the premises, because we have a very nice concert hall, but the ballet of the National Theatre would not be able to fit in there. It's too small for them, and we would not be able to pay them anyway. What about Pardubice? What is your opinion? Should the activity come from the local government, or should the initiative and suggestions come from the associations and unions? I believe that the city as such might be caused by the size. We are quite big, we have quite a lot of entities who would like to do something, and we also have the tools to give them. So, in many areas, I am convinced that the city should not organize anything, but regarding senior citizens, I think the situation is different. It is related to heterogeneity we talk about at the very beginning. A certain group of the elderly requires a very specific way of communication. So I think the collection of information from them is actually requires a certain experience how to communicate with these people and then transform it into some positive results. So there are high requirements for the communication and also high demands for the qualities of the person who is in charge of that. But I think the local government should not organize anything. I like to say one specific remark, starting from small towns, from Jesenice to higher, to larger cities. There are actually different roles of the local government. I would say the local government plays more important role in small.
Speaking about the activity for the senior clubs, senior programs, does the municipality, does the self-government organized programs, or does only to build some podmínky, conditions for the other non-governmental organizations and support non-governmental organization to organize program for the seniors, for the elderly people?
You're asking me now for smaller villages or cities,
middle class.
I can tell you about that because I'm really responsible for Munich. I don't know a lot about it. Yeah.
What is the situation in Munich?
Yeah, the example doesn't work for me very well. You had with this ballet, because I'm thinking about cultural education participatory offers for senior citizens. And there we say in the city administration that we shouldn't do anything. We should prepare structures and monies so that NGOs can do it or senior citizens themselves. But as long as there is nothing, it's us to start with it and to give the initial, how to say, to just start with it and then give it to the NGOs, to the professional field. Yeah.
The activities, basically said the activity came from the NGOs and those groups of people. The
yes.
activity, what will be organized about the program?
But for example, in cultural education, we have a very, very good professional field regarding to young people. But it's quite new for us to do creative aging projects. And so if the professional field doesn't offer participatory projects for them, we have to start it as city administration. Yeah.
Další otázka se týká efektivnosti práce. Co vám chybí? Co potřebujete od státu, aby vám pomohl pro zlepšení?
Support from the state. What do you need from the state to improve the effectiveness of your work? What do you need from the non-profit sector? What do you need from families? And of course, don't tell me that you need more money. That would be too simple. So, apart from money, what else do you need from the state to ensure that you can do what you do? What the local administration should do, what you need from businesses or non-profit sector? Mr. Karas. I don't know. This is a beautiful answer. I don't know. That's really so nice. Pardubice seem not to have any problems, any pressing issues, to need someone who would help them. This is all in Hradec you were describing. So what helps us always is data. And I'm in charge of tourism. That's what I want from organizations, to provide us with data. What's the bigger picture? And what we've heard today. You mentioned the methodology, and I also spoke about our own methodology that we've designed. And I've spoken to other cities who addressed me and asked me, how did you do this? And I always tell them, you can do it on your own. Money isn't the problem. It's just about being able to carry out some participatory work. Okay, fine. I would like to give the floor to someone else. Thank you. Mrs. Vidimová, what do you need to improve your work's effectiveness? What's missing? What do you demand from the state, from the non-profit sector? What we're missing is people, of course. High-quality people who would be willing to work in a small office in our municipality, people who would be willing to work on commissions in the public sphere. We like these people. We are Prague satellite, and Prague actually draws in every resource available. So Prague offers better opportunities for jobs, cultural engagement, and so on. Okay, so this is our struggle. Prachetice, we are not involved enough in learning how to write projects. We really can't find the time for that. So that's one thing. Money is another thing. Human resources, and now the energy crisis is a problem because a lot of facilities will perhaps limit their operations. We might not have so many facilities available.
With how to improve effectiveness in your field, in your activities. What is the barriers, or what do you need from the state, from NGOs, from the other sectors, or for individuals?
Yeah, we need qualifying measures for the practical field, of course. We need data and research and cooperations with universities. And this cross-sectoral cooperation I talked about, we do have it in Munich, together with the social welfare department, but we also need the health department at our site. And after this creative aging project, I have the good hope that we will manage. But of course, the pandemic has hit the health department hard, and they didn't have any time for us. But this is the next step in the future on administrative side.
Thank you. Thank you. Poslední dvě otázky a doufám, že budeme velmi struční. Když se bavíme o active aging, tak se bavíme o komunikaci nebo aktivitách pro seniory. Ale já osobně považuji za strašně důležitou rodinu. A mezigenerační dialog, mezigenerační vztahy uvnitř té rodiny. Je toto nějaké téma, které vás trápí, nebo je toto téma, které považujete také za důležité, tak aby se rodina zapojovala do vlastně aktivního...
Is this an issue for you? So intergenerational communication within family. What is the role of family in active aging, in what you do? How do you see it? I'm going to see my grandson shortly. Does he know about it? Yes. I don't want to know about your personal experience. For me personally, family is an important phenomenon for me, not to divide generations, separate them from one another. So the intergenerational communication works in families. So if there is someone who is 30 years old and moved away from parents and communicates only via email from another part of the world. So in that case, it's quite difficult to involve those old people. So what's your experience? Well, most people in Jesenice live in houses, detached houses, and they are natives. They became rich, they got restituted some property, they sold the property and were able to build their houses. So most people live in houses, and the family relationships work very well there. So what is the role of intergenerational dialogue in active aging? Well, this is a different question. I guess from the position of someone representing a statutory city, family is a different issue. But of course, intergeneral dialogue can be promoted, so we can create a platform for this, give it the attention it requires. For example, meeting council of senior people with student parliaments and inform about the results of the discussion. And this can be motivation for people within family as well. But this is out of our remit, I would say.
Intergenerational dialogue, the role of the family and the contacts and the dialogue between the generation. It's this type of dialogue, something which is important and which should be support, improved, built from the municipal level. In your case, in the Munich case, or it's a huge city, but it's this topic, this problem, something which is discussed today?
Yes, definitely. I think in Munich people do have more dogs than they have children. I don't know. And we do have many single households. We are the main city of single households in Munich. So children often don't get in contact with elderly people at all. And of course, it would be perfect if we would have families as ambassadors for our projects, children and grandchildren who tell their grandparents, I know a great project, please come together with me. And our experience is that if we have intergenerational projects, the contact between families improves very, very much. So I also like family projects, for example, where children can dance together with their grandparents in projects.
Thank you, thank you. Poslední otázka, the last question.
So could you tell me in one sentence, what would you do if you had a magic wand? What would you change with?
No limited power. Political power, economical power doesn't matter. Politickou moc, finanční, ekonomickou moc, co byste okamžitě změnili? Pane Karasi, začínáte.
Já bych asi všem dal do hlavy.
I would put the importance of culture into people's heads. Well, that's a difficult question. What would I do? So next, and we'll get back to you. I would make all cultural institutions accessible to all people. Well, I wanted to say that. So, yeah, I would agree with that. And
it's quite difficult for me.
Yeah. I would somehow ensure that people always talk with each other, that they are in contact, neighbors, friends, people living together in houses, so that would make things so much easier in many ways.
Děkuji. Dámy a pánové, co byste udělali vy, kdybyste měli tu moc něco teď hned rozhodnout, aby se zlepšilo?
So, ladies and gentlemen, what would you do if you had a magic wand and could change something immediately? What would you do? You can think about it during the break, coffee break, and I want to thank the panelists. They faced my questions.
Děkuji.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Pedlin.
Potřesení rukou.
Right. And now I'd like to open the third session of the conference, which will be dedicated to non-governmental, non-profit organizations. The first one will be Mr. Tomáš Martínek, one of the founder of the non-profit project Let's Go for a Trip. He is the leader of this project, and he will share with us his experience and also the activities of their union. So we will definitely learn about some tips for trip. Over to you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tomáš Martínek, and I am from the Let's Go for a Trip organization that is based in Chrudim. We founded it in 2014 together with my friends, and one of the reasons was that we were not willing to accept those trips organized by the crooks who actually organized the commercial trips for the elderly people and wanted to sell them products for high prices. So therefore we organized non-profit organizations. We decided to organize trips for a symbolic price of 100 crowns. And in 2015 we organized the first trip on the 28th of May to Zelená Hora, to the Church of John of Nepomuk. We use a coach, so it's a bus trip, and there is a guided tour. We have a guide always. We have also a healthcare professional, and during the lunch people can choose from about 3 or 4 meals. And they get a soup and either a big beer or small lemonade. Our participants are senior 65 plus, so from 65 to 98 years of age. So many times we also have some musicians with us. What are our clients? Who are our clients? Almost 90% of our clients are women. Women who decide to go for a trip. We found out that these are usually women who do not have many social ties. Maybe they spent a long time as housewives. They didn't have many contacts when they were young, and when their partner died, they remained alone. So then it was quite an interesting offer for them to go for a trip. So these are our clients. The vast majority of them are women, as I said. So the clients very often do not have good access to information. They live alone. They are not members of associations or clubs, and they live alone, separated from important information. What are the takeaways from these trips for them? We especially focus on the ties, on friendships. So if you have the similar experience and remained alone for a certain period of time, you would appreciate to have a friend to go for a coffee or go for a trip to the seaside. We also provide important information. During the trip, we warn them against dangers and also consumer information, information about their rights, and we also prepare those flyers to inform them. We found out that during the tours in castles or during discussions, we can't really meet new people because you're supposed to be silent, you should not be talking. So therefore, it proved efficient to ask a musician to join us and to organize some fun entertainment and provide opportunities for meeting new people. So we try to organize these cultural activities that may increase the quality of life of our clients on the long term, because they may actually meet future partner. We have actually the rule twice a year, and that's it. So we do not have enough money, so they are allowed to go for a trip with us only twice a year. So therefore we emphasize that it's important that they meet people. They should not play alone with their mobile phones, but they should sit down and have a chat. For example, Mrs. Růženka, she was very alone, and she went with us for a trip. Now she has friends. She gets back home at 9 o'clock in the evening. Her son complains about that, and she has friends now. So we are trying to emphasize that it's important to meet new people. Mrs. Růženka is also a volunteer. She helps us communicating with the client. We organize trips to 5 different regions, and we have about 1,000 trip participants a year. So we decided to organize also cultural events where we can provide even bigger capacities for encounters. So we organize smaller and bigger cultural events where we can bring tens or even hundreds people for the cultural event. The capacity of the seats in the bus is 45, maximum 55. During the cultural events, we raise awareness during the breaks, for example, between 2 performances. So in those breaks, some of our staff may inform that about various leisure time activities we organize, or we provide information about the safety. We invite police officers or firefighters. Their speeches are very, very interesting and appealing. So we also invited Vašek Vidra, who is a famous actor. We also organize senior festival in the Chrudim region. We invite seniors from Prague, Hradec Králové, and other locations, and we invite important singers or actors, and we also have the Beatles revival. Ozzy Osbourne is quite popular among the younger pensioners. So ABBA, Beatles is something they still like. So we think that Senior Festival is a successful event. We have 1,000 to 2,000 participants, and we want to organize it in a really nice way. We have comfortable chairs and a big stage. So we get inspiration from the Karlovy Vary Festival. We want to provide a really nice infrastructure and also the lights, you know, because we don't want to hear from that if it is just the senior citizens, some second-hand lights are enough. So we are quite successful in that, and we need to extend our thanks to many organizations, partners, and other stakeholders. Without them, it would not be possible, because there are 10 people in our team. So let's go for a trip. Is the organization that is quite successful. We actually are looking for sponsors from among the businesses. We also announced the public fundraising. We also asked the Ministry of Labor to provide some funds. The same goes for the Ministry of Culture. But also the municipalities where we organize the cultural events also help us, because they really want us to come and they contribute with the money and provide premises and also other means. So all the councillors come and help. So this is a really big help, and there is also the range of non-profit, non-governmental organizations and various clubs that helps us as well, endowment funds that support us. So you can see that there's a whole range of people who participate in this project, including volunteers. Here we can see Mr. Lubor, one of our colleagues. Lubor Burka, he's a member of our union. He is a volunteer tour guide. He worked for the Czech travel agency. Then he retired, and since that time, for 7 years already, he's been with us. So applaud to Lubor, because he's really great. So it is up to each of us, and thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Tomáš Martínek. I wish you a lot of success with your work, because it's really beautiful what you're doing. Now, we were supposed to hear Mr. Jiří Hrabě from Alpina, but unfortunately he has COVID. So now I'd like to invite Mr. Jaroslav Lorman, the last speaker of today, the head of the organization Life 90, has been in existence for more than 30 years, so we'll be happy to hear information from you. You have been operating a community center since the very beginning, so I suppose you'll be talking about this as well. This presentation will be followed by the panel discussion with Mr. Lorman and Tomáš Martínek. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for your invitation to this conference, and I'm sorry I could not be here since the very beginning, but I came back from Olomouc today, where I participated in the training on the communication with the elderly, because this is one of the group that is endangered by social exclusion, and they very often complain that they don't understand what is happening in the authorities. Our organization is much older than Let's Go for a Trip organization. You can see it because I'm also older. The title of my presentation is Experience with the Community Center. I wasn't able to come up with wittier title. Life 90, Život 90, is an organization that says that old age is a phase of life that is worth living. It is phase of life that is not given to all of us. It is a phase of life we often fear. I would like to ask, are you looking forward to your old age? Who is looking forward to that? Thank you. Thank you that you, thank you both groups who also said that you were afraid. So when I speak about this topic with the people, I ask what they are looking forward to and what they are not looking forward to. Most frequently, the reasons or the things they are not looking forward to are more numerous. They are usually afraid that they might be lonely, that they do not have enough strength, that they won't be able to do things they were used to. They have health problems. So old age is a complicated phase in life. So it is not only rosy. So then you meet other people and you realize that we from middle generation realized that the problems related with old age related to housing, to self-sufficiency. But when you meet with the people who are of higher age, and of course I don't know much about the old age because I'm still not in that stage of life. But those people start to persuade me that the biggest problem is that the other people don't respect them, that they decide for them, that they set the journey for them, that they prepare the programs for them, that they decide about their life. Even though when we are in the productive stage of our life, we want to organize our life ourselves. I don't know, are you looking forward to joining the club for the elderly? I don't, and a lot of people don't want to do that either, who are part of Life 90. They go there maybe because there are some activities that are attractive, or maybe that it doesn't cost that much money, or they go there because they meet the people that are interesting and important, but that those people would be interesting for them also outside the Life 90. And they usually say, I just don't want to meet only the elderly people. Why should I meet only the people of the same age? I also want to meet the people of different age. So the age is not an important factor, but it's important whether those people I meet are interesting, whether they have something to tell us. So the content of what they say is important. So they just don't want to be labeled as seniors. They don't want to be looked down on. They don't want to participate in the programs that are not of high quality, just sufficient for those seniors, as to say. So when I was invited to this conference, I was thinking about what to tell you here. Because culture is something that accompanies us through, or guides us through our life. We are not turtles. We are not someone who is born on the beach and would be crawling on the beach and then die in the sea. We need a culture. We need education. We need other people. We cannot survive alone. A child without adults cannot survive. The dead people need to be buried. So through our lives, we need other people. We need social ties, and culture is the home for us. Not everything is natural. A lot of people a lot of things we do is of cultural nature. So culture is our home. Culture is a certain space of freedom. When I read various documents, be it either, for example, the Act on Social Services, documents of the Ministry of Labor, and other documents that are intended for the so-called target group, These are usually things that are related to physical abilities, health conditions, whether their memory is good. We explore whether they can move well and so on. But we are not only a body, we are also the spirit and the soul. We need the space, we need the space, entertainment, humor, irony, sadness, joy. So this is part of our life since our childhood, and it continues to be a part of our life even during our retirement, when we find ourselves, for example, in care homes where we never wanted to be.
So arts and culture play an immense role in what we do at our organization. We were established in 1990, and we took over clubs for older people in Prague 1, and we filled them with various activities that older people organize themselves, various fashion shows, playing cards, whatever, diverse activities. And we then began operating a community center where we have rooms where all these people meet, they do exercises, we have a choir, we have professional theater, we have art clubs. A lot of these activities are run and led by older people themselves because it makes sense for them, they want to do it. So culture is totally different than education. If we think about what's important for our old people, we can invite fire brigade members. We can organize various events for them, and they don't come. We, of course, can attract them by offering them some sandwiches, but this is not fair. What we have learned in those 30 years is that we need to let the people enter into the core of those activities, that they want to influence who they want to meet, what topics are important for them. So it is them who are at the core of all the happenings, that they are not the object of our business, that they are the subject, that it's for them, decided by them, and we are those who help them, who support them, maybe in things that they cannot do themselves, that we are not those who tell them, this is good for you, you should do this. And this brings us to the meaning of the word culture. Culture is not an artistic event. Culture is quality of relationships we have. Culture is respect, how we talk to each other, how we think. And to me, this, from a broader perspective, is the main thing I want to share with you. So when we think about culture, which is a lot of various levels, so the core of culture is respect for personality, for an individual. It's about love. It's about that I can, but that I don't have to. It's about being able to go to places. Well, you cannot, maybe you can imagine the joy seen in the people who are able to just get up, although despite of the pain they have, to get up and go to the center of Prague, where they can even walk. They dress up and go out. They laugh, or maybe they don't laugh. And they come back, and we are looking forward to them, to seeing them again. It's about being able to, but not having to. This is culture, that we find things beyond us, and things beyond us that inspire us, enrich us. So that's a message I wanted to send to you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lohmann. And now we are going to have about 25-minute long panel discussion chaired by Mrs. Lorenova, and another panelist is Mr. Havlicek. So it's a great honor for me to sit in between two men who have a vision. It's a great honor always, privilege. Both of you have had some adventurous journey to arrive at the place where you are at the moment. Why? What brought you to doing what you are doing? How? What has been your journey? I think we all are interested. Okay, so this is a difficult question because it's a very personal question. I've been employed by Life 90 for 7 years, and before in 89 and 1990, I was part of the process of establishing the organization with my parents in our living room. So over those years, I learned one thing, and that was that I didn't want to work with my parents. I say this really bluntly, and it's not because we wouldn't like each other, but working with your own parents in a family business, it's much more difficult. I realized that my dad, my mom are totally different from me. So I pursued my own academic career. I loved that. I studied German, anthropology, ethics, and I taught at Catholic faculty. If you want to know the adventurous journey, I admitted that I was gay, and I was banned from teaching by the Catholic Church. So I lost my work, and I then sought another job, and my dad offered me to work for him. And so I bowed and said, okay, because I was in a situation, I had to pay taxes, I had to support children, I had to make a decision. So I entered this journey, and the last 7 years of my life is, on the one hand, immense learning. You learn working with people. It's not about reading books. It's about making decisions, good, better, but working with people. And it's not pleasant, comfortable, either for me or for the people, but this stage of my life has been really filled with meaning and fulfilling, to say, beautiful, but still far from what one understands and one knows. Did you expect this answer? Yes, definitely. So, another panelist, your rhetoric is the most important. This person studied university, focusing on tourism, and you were so skilled at explaining things to us, if just attracting us towards whatever you are doing. I wanted to tell you that I visited Life 90 facilities. It's beautiful there. So let's get back to our work. My parents would leave me with my grandparents, and grandma would say to granddad when he was driving, go to the left, go to the right, now get out. Let's prepare a picnic, or let's have some lunch. And after coming back from the trip, my grandma had to take some pills, some painkillers, and then we went to bed. Then I actually copied that style, and then I started studying tourism, where they taught us that everything needs to be planned, that you cannot really decide spontaneously whether we want to go right or left. So I had some opportunities to organize trips, and I didn't like some responses from some participants, because you would see half of the world and still some people were unhappy and complained, and I didn't have a good feeling about that either. So I was thinking about the older people could be more happy, and it's proven to be right. And I'm really pleased when we come back from a trip and it's snow half of the world, but it's just an ordinary small city, and people appreciate it. So I have representatives of two organizations sitting next to me who have a vision. They think about what they do, how they do it, for whom they do it. What next? If you see yourself or your organization in a couple of years from now, what do you want to achieve? Is there any dream that you would like to fulfill? Well, I can think of two things. I'm perhaps too open. I'm a bit tired from traveling from Olomouc. Well, we welcome your openness. What we would like to do in our organization, that's over 30 years old and has a lot of employees and thousands of clients, it's an organization that also has weaknesses. And what we definitely need is to refresh ourselves, to get back into the core of some happenings, some activities. We are perhaps fighting, struggling with ourselves a little bit. Second, when we are refreshed, this means we all have a lot of people around who are enjoying what they are doing and are more honest about what they want. And in comparison with Elpida, which unfortunately is not represented here, and in comparison with Let's Go for a Trip, we are a bit different. We provide social services as well, focusing on people who are quite old, 86 and older, living alone. So there's a helpline, home services. So these are serious things. You cannot talk about a senior person in simple terms. It's such a long period of life. You can divide it into like at least two periods: people who are recently retired, and also people who need a lot of help, and it's not always joyful. And I wish for our organization to be able to push through some change in viewing these people. There's no legislation relating to aging, and we don't need to build houses for old people's homes in the first place. Of course, we do need that, but what we need most importantly is care focused on individuals, outpatient services, meeting the people in their places where they live, instigating the help of people who are around them. And if we manage this, I will be really happy. Because it seems to me that whatever comes from abroad into this country, it gets distorted, and the result is another old people's home. And these people need people to be around them. So let's try to make this a reality. And the old people's home is the very, very last.
Thank you very much. This contribution returns me back to the beginning of our conference when we talk about undoing age or undoing generations with our foreign speakers. So the concept supporting people in what they do. We also talked about strategies today, and we demonstrated it well that we have the strategies, perceive the seniors in a stereotypic way, and see the senior citizen as someone who needs help only. While all what we have heard today goes against this, or covers only a part of the whole population. So it would be great if, thanks to these conferences and encounters, we would find some interlay in between that. We know that there are cities and countries where they are successful in doing that. In Western Europe, there are quite a lot of places where it works, where it could be inspirational for us. So I know it will take a long time, but let's hope that we will take the same path. I would like to give the floor to you, because you are really growing, and I believe there are long lines of people waiting for the possibility to participate in your trip. How do you extend your activities? Currently, we have only about 1,000 senior citizens today, because it is not the best situation today, but we have about 2,000 elderly who participate in our cultural events. Not all of them are active, but I think we are quite successful. We have got a high number of attendees, and I think and that we are a non-governmental organization, and of course the funds are important for us, and the situation might be uncertain for us because of that, because we are dependent on the funds. But I personally would be happy if we would be able to focus not only on the senior citizens, but also the people who can help them. For example, the mayors in smaller municipalities. I come from the Pardubice region. We have some cities that have a good cultural life, but then we have villages where there is no culture at all. Some villages, they have some films projected by firefighters, for example, occasionally, but it also depends on the management of or leadership of the municipality. So we try to cooperate with the regional authorities so that the regional authority would talk to mayors so that they would be able to create good conditions for people who want to organize some cultural events in their municipalities, because those active people are usually either non-governmental organizations or only individuals, so they need some help, they need finances and so on. So there are many elderly people who live in small villages and they don't have any transport possibilities how to get to some cultural events to other cities. So we would also like to increase the possibilities of counseling services and consultations, and to enhance the quality of cultural life in small villages. Thank you. I would also like to refer to the NIPOS research. It turned out from the research that we should look for establishing partnerships in various regions and also districts. So I think it's extremely important to cooperate, to have partners, to trust our partners, and we can see that it really works. And the example of your organizations actually show that. But also examples not only from the Czech Republic, but also from Munich or Cologne. We know that the partnerships work well, so let's start creating conditions for them as municipal offices. Let's be active, let's try to engage in cultural activities, let's support the leaders who have the energy to organize something, and let's create the conditions, because I think we cannot wait for a good strategy and its awesome implementation. It is a long term questions. Is there anything else you would like to say as a message for the audience? In conclusion, I wanted to extend our thanks on behalf of all the elderly people that you are active in this field and that you do something for them. And I think that culture is extremely important, so I just wanted to thank you as well. I would like to extend my thanks for the invitation to this conference as well. Thank you, Kateřina Klementová and Jaroslav Lorman and Tomáš Martínek. So we've come to the conclusion of our conference day. I would like to extend my thanks to all the speakers for all their presentations, which were very inspirational. Now, regarding practical information, I'd like to ask you to return the headset, and you will pick them up tomorrow morning. And I would like to emphasize once again that all the presentations from this conference will be on the NIPOS website. We'll meet again in the morning at 9:30. I look forward to seeing you again and have a nice evening. Goodbye.